Hello, hello, hello. Alright. Hold on, I was adjusting my mic and it looks like it's a bit quiet. You're gonna give me one sec. La 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 do 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 la. Okay. Hey. So we are back with another day of the root tree. The root trees are dead, root tree mania. Um Last time we left off, we got the first four. I think either the first four or the first eight. I believe. The first eight people of the infidelity tree. And I think there are 12 to get at the beginning, so we need four more for that. But yeah, I'm excited to continue on. I've had this game on my mind for like the past 3 days. I want to continue it, so I hopped right on. I didn't totally wake up like 2 hours ago. No, couldn't be me. But we wanted to hop right on, so I'm excited. I'm gonna switch it over here. I want to get right into it. No delays. Pop it on over. Oh, yeah, I thought it would do that. It's fine. Just pop it on back up. It's okay. The game has been very silly with me. There we go. Alright, we're gonna continue off on, yeah, 8 locked in. Sweet. Okay. Oh, was this always here? Wait, I ate that. Was this always here? The notorious Montjoys. I wonder if these are references to something else. I really haven't looked around, like, the room at all. We've got the radio. We have an Etch-a-Sketch, a Game Boy. We've got a box of files that I can't look at. The phone, the door. Nothing I can look at over there. It's probably not even relevant anyways, but I like looking around. Okay. So last we were looking at the records. Oh, right. We were looking at the records of Zach. Was it Zach or Guy Hudson? We were looking at his secretaries. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz were hired. I don't think I probably should have done this. I don't think I wrote down that, where's the records confidential? The name, like all the name changes. Let's see. Joanne Fellows are no longer employed. No longer employed. Susan Ford, I don't know what that is, but there was an interpreter. No longer employed, no longer employed, no longer works in the department. Okay. Susan Ford no longer employed. Oh. Wait, who was it that was under the special category? Was it not Susan? Wait, it was here. Yeah. She was only there for a year. And then no longer, Douglas Rosenberg was rehired. Susan Ford no longer employed. Well, that was, what, 1979, 1982? She was there for 3 years, but she was only under a category for 1 year? Who's Susan Ford? Nothing relevant. Are you from Portland? No. Are you important? No. Are you from the Herald? No. Butler County Times? No. Okay. Not really important right now. Okay, so let's see through the notes here. We've got Linda Lewis. Let's start from the top of these important notes. We knew the name changes. John Miller. Um, Christine Farrow was Christine Garland. Beatrice Watts, Corinne Schwartz. Valerie Ewing. Lisa Lewis. Beatrice Watts. Corinne Schwartz. Oh, here we go. Corinne Schwartz comes up in a few articles from local news stations in Pennsylvania. Some of the people attempting to track down Anona Mom were harassing her. She recently had to take a leave of absence because people showed up at a car dealership where she works. She's begging people to stop the accusations so she can get back to normal life. In every article you find, the journalists involved have independently verified that she is not Anona Mom. Hold on, the water sounds are like making me go crazy. There we go. So she's potentially Anona Mom. Interesting. Corinne Schwartz. Recently took a leave of absence. People showed up at the car dealership she works at. The journalists involved have independently verified she's not Anona Mom. Did I look into Anona Mom? Let me separate this. Anona Mom was the second high-profile case after Felix Fellows of a potential new Roottrie being added to the Clancy Trust. Instead of claiming herself a Roottrie, she claimed she'd slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a Roottrie. The accusation came during the height of Roottrie mania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in News Time. Write that down. Anona Mom. She claimed that her daughter was Roottrie. In the TV interview and the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottrie. The name Anona Mom was not self-inflicted. It seemed to spring up organically because nobody knew how else to refer to her. The day after the News Time article, Sam Matson publicly reported or supported Anona Mom due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anona Mom went on a media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired. As more details came out, people became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to Five Pieces. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job, secretary, and the time period. Okay. This isn't really important, but I'm going to write it down anyway. After fumbling the Five P's story so publicly, the Roottries were more prepared to handle all Clancy Trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test provided that Anona Mom's daughter could not be related to the Roottries. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anona Mom and the Roottries. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who had built up hope that the history could repeat itself after 5Ps felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that, hey, so when does this game end? Dude, I thought it ended in the first... So, this game is called The Roottrees Are Dead. And there was, like, the first part of it, which was just, I had to piece together the entire Roottrie family tree. And now, after I finished that, it opened up, like, an extra game mode, essentially, where now I have to find out the kids that are potential, like, infidelity childs of the family that could potentially be in the inheritance because of their blood relation. Like, it's harder. Yeah, it's harder. I don't know, I enjoyed this game. It's like you have to piece together so much info, but you learn like all about this family and all of like the stupid shit the men do. The men are so stupid. I can't. But it was really cute because in the first it's so Pride Month in the first part of the game. You find out that there's like a hidden file that you have to figure out an identity of, and it's of this relative. Oh, ew. Okay, whatever. It's of the relative who. Oh, thank you for redeeming hydrate. Well, anyways, the men are ew, bitch. Except for one. One is a gay man, and he was shunned away from the family and forced to like work on a farm for the rest of his life because he was seen like making out with like a farmhand at one point when he was young. So they shunned him out and they pretended he didn't exist. Skill issue. But then he had like essentially his husband who, you know, couldn't legally marry, but was that an oof sound? It didn't sound like it. Wait, what the hell was that? Did you even hear it? Oh, it's because I don't have, hold on. Because I'm not sharing desktop audio. Let me do that instead. Is that a good volume too? I just don't want it to be louder than me. I'm hoping that it's not too loud. No. This isn't a good volume? Is it loud or quiet? The game is a bit loud, but it's not louder than you. Okay, how about now? Is that better? Is that better? Good leveling. La do 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 do. Probably fine, I think. Okay. We'll go with it. You should be able to hear alert sounds now. It's probably still going to be glitched out, but I'm sharing it to desktop audio instead, so it should be fine.
She passed away? Oh. All right.
There we go. Did you hear that? Yes, okay, good. Okay, that's good then. But yeah, they found out that he was gay and that one of the daughters of the family was raised by her dad's. And she wanted to like expose people for shunning him away and make sure he was under the family trust. So she ate that. She ate that. Okay, where was I? This was announced, blah blah blah, to gain fame. 8. Well, yes. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money, blah blah blah. Attempted to track down her true identity. The Roottrees company felt pressured to put out a second statement to try to curb some of the backlash, even going so far as to say, though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottree is not a Roottree, this doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. Okay. She had every right to make her claim as it had been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave their family alone. Many people claim this high-profile anticlimax and public backlash was the beginning of the end for Rootree Mania, since much of the fun was the shared fascination about secret Rootrees. Others think that, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was the final notable event related to the release of Six Pieces, and things soon went back to normal. Jane Doe Rootree had already been eliminated as a potential new Rootree by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anonymous affair does not appear on your updated tree. What if she... Okay, but what if... Okay. Switched at birth. What if her daughter was switched at birth? And the real blood relative is somewhere else. I ate pasta today. I want pasta. Save some for me when I get there. Yum, yum, yum. Should definitely make pasta when I'm there. Let's see. So she's Jane Doe Roottrees. Is there anything specific about that? No, it's just the same article. It would not be yummy anymore, but yes, we can make some. Yes. Yes. Yum, 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 yum. Oh yeah, there was a News Time article about Anonymon. Oh, printing Jane Doe.pdf. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time holding a picture of her daughter, Jane Doe Rootree. The first and only mention of the phrase Anonymom in News Time came the week after, when they issued an apology for featuring her in the first place. Okay. I don't think you really need to apologize for that, but okay. Aw, they blanked it out. What the hell? It was determined through a DNA test that Anonymon's daughter was not a Rootree. This article, which did refer to her daughter as Jane Doe, but did not coin the phrase Anonymon, came before all that, right around the time of her first TV interview. This is a summary. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after Five Piece was confirmed to be a member of the Rootree family. In an homage to the previous cover, she holds a photo of her daughter. Unlike Five Piece, she wished to remain anonymous and both photos were obscured. The anonymous woman claimed to have had an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as his secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morden were already gone. She says that she and the other woman were both underqualified as neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for Ew. Guy Hudson liked to throw lavish parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties mostly seemed to be an excuse to have after parties at Guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claimed she slept with him at one of these after parties. She confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed, and they came to an arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis. Jesus. Under the table. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in News Time, she realized that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Rootree company at the same time as Five Piece's mother, Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar, and she knew Felix was telling the truth right away. The article presented no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman's time at Rootree, and all of the payments were allegedly made in cash. However, using details that she provided to News Time, the reporters were able to reach out to other women hired at the same time, who also remained anonymous. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women and confirmed the existence of the infamous after-parties. Five Piece's case was strengthened, and this new story was subsequently published. Yeesh. This guy really got around. What other records do we have? We have... Why was Corinne's shorts alleged or put alongside her? I don't know. Linda Lewis, Angela Ingram, Catherine Garrett, Emily Seinfeld, Emily Barnes, Ernest Mounson Jr., Work Time Temp. Work Time Temp is a company with many offices all over the United States. The Rootree Candy Company is listed on their site as one of the companies they do business with, though it's far from the only one you recognize. There's no connections between Work Time Temp and anything related to your search. Boo. Boo. Office staff when Zach was president. Doris Mays. Juliet McCullen. Who's Lloyd Carpenter? Carl Monroe. Elizabeth Cravensworth. Thomas Green. I'm just like looking up all these names. Stuart Todd. Sam Harmon. Robert Logan. Michael Crane. Jack Keatings. And then Guy Hudson replaced. Christine Farrow was hired. She's not listed under that name anyway. Joanna Fellows. She's not even listed as anything. Christine Garland. Nothing. Yeah, so even if there is anything on these guys, it's going to be listed as something different. Okay. A special category. Special services interpreter. Roottrees interpreter. No. Why did they need an I mean, it's good that they have one. Just wondering who she is. Emily Barnes. And there's nothing else about this, what's her name? Corinne Schwartz. Just this. Car dealership. What car dealership does she work at? I don't know why I thought that would give me anything. What car dealership does she work at? Where does she work? Ernest. She's not on a mom. Jane Doe Roottrees. I mean, I forgot that these give me stuff. This, I don't know how to get the missing pages. Cicely Sanchez. They said that Cicely didn't have the rights to distribute photos. They would be pulling their issue the following day. Though only for a day. Even people would never have normally purchased it went out of their way to buy one. Caught the eye of conspiracy theorists who assumed anything worth suing over. Pickety. Did I Google just like the actual thing? There's a category of flower. Cool. Pickety. Roottrees. Nope. What was the issue called? Bass Elbub? Oops. It's unlikely that Ruby could have the story pulled back onto court. Oh, is there anything else I can get from that, though? Head lawyer. What the hell? Who is you? Use photos of guy that Cicely did not own the rights to publish. Cease and desist. Unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. This has 8 hints. I need to find the missing pages. Okay, 6 pieces. Guy. Patricia, he had a lot of affairs. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. She had a daughter who Sam never met, but worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Who I found out was Christine. Rumor has it her daughter showed up with Guy. Do I have them on the tree? I guess I don't have a picture of her. I need to get a picture of her. Guy's parties. Guy Hudson. Party. How do I get info on the party? Like, I don't know what the parties were called. The party was for swingers. And her daughter at one of Guy's parties. Guy's main positive contribution involved expanding to markets previously untapped. They were often for weeks at a time. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Forgot about that. Yes, yes. Gwyneth was also much kinder to Sam than Elias was. Gwyneth was much kinder to Sam. Yeah, Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias. Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue about Beth, which I wrote down over there. Yeah, I need her picture. I need her picture. I need to know who the hell's over here. I don't even know his other affairs yet. But if this was between 1975 and 1982, this was definitely when he was in office. Christine Farrow. Wasn't there someone? Hold on. Let me go to the records. Someone else named Farrow. Is it just Elizabeth Farrow? Elizabeth Farrow, yeah. Farmhand. Beth Farrow. Damn it. Well, this would have been her mom. But I don't know if there's any relevant info on her anywhere. Are you from Portland? Are you a star? Are you a chef now, bitch? Guys, stop being unknown. Tell me who you are. Okay, so Elizabeth Farrow's her mom. That much we know. And then I looked quickly. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. The only thing I can think of is, like, maybe her. When was that photo? I didn't even look. When was that photo taken? Does it say a date? It was on Chris Rafferty's website. Did he mention what day that was? Bitch. What was it? Chris Raff 75. Some woman I don't know. He was 5. How old is he now? Do I even know that info? 75? So it would have been in the year 1980? So that's probably why I put it here. Could even be here. I don't know. Who is you? Okay, Christine Farrow, Stephen Garland. Did I have anything else on Stephen Garland? He has like a book. From what I remember. Bess Williams? What is this? Oh, right. Kitchen Tales is out of print. Recipe book that contains stories. Garnishing the Truth. I first met Steve in 1978. It's over a decade later. Steve and I had more in common than we thought. We settled it at McCarran's Brew House. And I was going to look into this to see if there was a picture. Oh, it just brought me to his kid stuff. Just what it has to say about this. Stevie G. No. No, go back here. They're best friends now. Moved to Boston, supervising in a bookstore, buy our book. Mark Zimmer. I got the scan of that recipe. This was Butler County Times. And he owns Bookmarks, and Rochelle owns Antonelli's. Valentine's Day 1978. I thought that would get me somewhere, I don't know why. Portland. Business Watch. Wait, what was 17? Wait, what was that? Oh. Yeah, this was about him. Lauren Roottrees. Okay, let's move to this. Most of the action took place in and around Butler County. Lauren, Miracle and Jim at Physical Media. I remember the albums. Wait, did Jim have an affair? Is that important? Why do I need to know about Jim? I know Miracle. This is like going into Miracle's timeline. And Mark something or other has a daughter. I don't know his last name though, and I don't know who he's married to. Because they're adopted. I mean, I guess I could put their name as... No, they don't technically count as Roottrees. Because they're a possible infidelity. Sterling, maybe? Wait, what's his... Edsel. Would it maybe be like Edison though? Or Edsel? Yeah, see, I don't know, so I can't put that in. Mark, we had stuff on in Miracle's file. He was a basket baby. He used to be a pilot. he visited his daughter's graduation. Billy Sims, right? Billy Sims is like the guy. Billy Sims is a legend. Alright, sir, I guess we'll have a problem. Oh, their last name's Clementine. Right. Okay, let me put Clementine for now. Oops. I'll put them as Clementine for now. Because maybe it's counting that, but I don't know. Sandstone Canyon High School. He's listed as being from Los Angeles. So it's mentioned in a lot of articles about Billy Sims. This was in San Diego, though. I don't have anything on San Diego. No. Mark. Clementine. Crocodile Clementine. Did report on Billy Sims, but the information seems redundant. Yeah. Different perspective. Their goal is to paint a picture of two men involved from others who knew them best. Oh my god, there we go. Slade. Okay. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife, Carla, the principal's wife, as well as multiple staff members at his school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. Oof. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. Oh wait, it says ex-wife. That's obvious. At the same time, she was pregnant with their second daughter. Oof. And she felt she needed to get out of there before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister. She has a sister. And told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the web name so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. Okay, so their names are still legally that, but they use the web name. Good info, good info. So Colleen Webb. Oh. Was that her name? Yeah, Colleen Webb. Okay, nothing on her, but let's look at Carla Sims. Comes up very occasionally on a small percentage of articles about Billy Sims. Carla appears to be a nickname. Oh, although you have no way of being sure, it seems to most often stand for Carlita. Carlita Sims. Boom. Oh. News time? Well, they're County Times. The Herald, the Portland Telegraph, Piketty, Business Watch. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Why is it telling me that? She doesn't seem related to your search? Oh. Okay, never mind. I didn't even read that part. Web name. Colleen Webb. But I don't think I know the daughter's name anyway. I know that his spouse is Colleen. Oops. Pauline Webb. And then one of his daughters. When was that incident with this at the school? Did it say? In 1994, at a graduation ceremony. So she is probably in college, probably not married. So I'll put her here. And then something's going on over here. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. Oops. What else was there on the... They managed to interview her. According to the section with Colleen, when he worked for an airline, she worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and often had wild mood swings. She felt she needed to get out of there before things got worse. To live with her sister. So, I don't know her sister's name, though. What do you mean? It's right here. What do you mean? It's in the article. I need, like a news article stuff, like a news outlet in San Diego to work with. Something I can look into. Nothing about Colleen Webb. No. What would his name be, or her name be? How many names are listed in the... I am not trial and erroring that shit. Okay, where do I go from here then? I'm getting closer. Carlita Sims is nothing that I need to look at. So I'm just gonna get rid of that. They used the web name. They never went through the trouble of changing their names. Moved to San Diego to live with her sister. She was pregnant with their second kid. Colleen Webb, Sims' wife, Carla. Here, I'll put it here. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. Yes, I read that like 50 times. We have 3 hints from this page. Catherine Garrett. Wait, what hints are there from this? Wait, I just realized the parties are listed here. Flavor development, caviar. Oh god, not the caviar. Retirement party, Christmas tree bash, New Year's Eve ball, Australia, China, France, Brazil. Flavor development, 4th of July spectacular, New Year's Eve ball. Nothing for Valentine's Day? Christmas tree bash. Grandorf Dove donation. Is a school for the deaf. Oh, is this why we needed the interpreter? Wait, where did I write down about the interpreter? It would be in records. Let me... The Grandorf School for Deaf. For the deaf. What was it? They had a how many dollar donation? 250 donation in 1981. Okay. Formerly Grandorf Dove is located about an hour from where the Roottrees offices used to be in Butler County, but it serves much of that part of Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. According to their website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove from 1923 to 1990 because Grandorf was the last name of the founder. Okay. And Dove is the Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. The staff is listed on the website. You scan through all of the biographies and find the principal, Mrs. Ford, is fluent in 5 languages. Okay. Get it, Mrs. Ford. Including ASL. Oh, including ASL. Oh, Susan Ford. Susan Ford was hired. She had been working at the school for over 15 years. Mrs. Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Oh, okay. Was the Hudson Wing? Boom. The Hudson Wing was an expansion to Grandorf Dove, now Grandorf School for the Deaf, first built in 1982. Do I say is it Dove? It's probably Dove. Grandorf Dove. I just keep saying Dove. The Hudson Wing, built in 1982. It's a separate, much smaller building half a block from the main campus and operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottrees Company generously donated $250K towards the construction of the building. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from other information you've seen about the school. It mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottrees at the time. Who? It also mentions she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed, to surprise her future husband who was deaf. Oh. To surprise her deaf husband. Deaf future husband. Future husband. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. Wonder how she did that. Guy does not seem like someone who would just invest because they care. The Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. Oh. Good to know. At first, it only operated on weekends, but since then it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. Okay. This was in Butler County, so I could probably look this up. In here. Grandorf School for the Deaf has made a few odd appearances and here and there in the Butler County Times since 1990. It's not too many that you can't look at all of them. Wait, what? That you can't look at all of them. And so after scrolling through a few pages, you manage to find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. The article from March of this year mentions that the Ford sisters, who attended public school in Butler County, are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from 2 different genetic issues. Okay. Is this important? One of them has asthma, Okay. One has asthma. And the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. One has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, a Miss Susie Ford, who is principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. Oh. While she didn't have any twins attending her school, she asked of her daughters, Melissa and Heather, could it be useful, and it turns out they were. She says they couldn't be more difficult. My youngest, we all call her that even though it's only by about 15 minutes, is shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field. Okay. Her youngest has the allergy. Oldest has asthma. Essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School? Later this year. This article includes a picture of the girls added to your evidence. Hey girls! Oh, they're so cute! Oh my god, is that an EpiPen and a... Okay, that's awesome. The photo accompanied an article about a scientific study. The Ford twins were used as part of a nationwide study of how allergies and other diseases affect twins differently. The twin on the left is holding an inhaler, and the twin on the right is holding an EpiPen. So this is the youngest. This is the youngest, this is the oldest. Now, which order that mean? Oh wait, I mean, technically, well, did he have an affair with them? Does that mean that this is them? Final affair. I guess so. So why else would he donate to the school for the deaf? Oh, thank you for redeeming Hydrate. Yum. So then this is the youngest. This is the oldest. Let's just assume this is Ford. Susan Ford. She's a Miss Susan Ford, so it would still add up. Ford. They go to school there? Or they... I actually don't know. The Ford sisters who attend public school in this year. Okay. So they go to the school. I don't know who is who, but I'm sure we'll find that out. So that's Susan Ford, who is an interpreter. Or she's a principal, I guess. I don't have a picture of her, though. Ford sisters. Oh. Whatever. Susan Ford. Susie Ford. Oh, Susie Ford. Miss Susie Ford. Boo. Butler County Times, yeah. Anything else I can look at here? Melissa Ford. Heather Ford. Is it Heather? Melissa and Heather. High school, Butler County performed Is There Life After School? Okay. And then Melissa. Okay, that would be related to... Oh, bitch. Asma has kept her sister, but she's a definition of extrovert. So the sister that has asthma. Wait. Did I have these the wrong way? I do. This, and then this. And she is Heather. Oh! Well, yes! Who did I get? Ah. Oh, so he is Clementine. Okay. Oh. Oh my god, this
Sam
guy.
reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one.
Okay.
My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust.
I don't trust this guy.
The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision.
Okay.
The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth.
Well, yes.
I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see.
Yeah.
I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune.
Okay. But you have it.
Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together.
Okay.
Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Wow, that was very helpful. Child, anyways. Melissa is next. Okay, who didn't count if I have them filled in? Well, looks like I have everyone. This is his other photo. Okay. Okay. I need a picture of Susan Ford, and I don't know who their father or her ex-husband is. This is of Chris. Oh wait, I didn't want to put you there. Chris is married to someone named Lulu. Ah, yes, this is his extra photo. There we go. Okay, this tree is crazy. I'm sorry. How exactly is this possible? Somebody want to explain this to me? What's going on here? They're married twice? Is that legal? This is crazy. Mind you, this is crazy. Maybe one of them passed away? I mean, I don't know. That one's crazy. Okay, we have Susan. We've got... I mean, maybe that could be Susan? But she was... No, she was always an interpreter. Was she always an interpreter? The principal, Miss Ford, is fluent in 5 languages. Insistence of an employee of Roottrees at the time. To surprise her deaf future husband. So her husband is deaf. Okay. Okay, this is very confusing. What if I put this? Oh, this is a different article. Grandorf Dove was a school for the deaf near Butler and was regularly listed in articles with other local schools. The Butler County Times archives include what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend events that began over 70 years ago and stretched until the last mentions in 1990. Amongst the avalanche of useful or useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Grandorf Dove was at the center of a crime article from 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school in vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson Wing. Oh, hold on. That is good information to know. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. Oh. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more detail. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes. Thomas Hughes? Is that name familiar? Who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Oh. Oh wait, I can just write that down. Apparently the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporter's investigations into the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes's current pregnancy. Oh. He was released on bail, and the school has agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. Okay. What if he goes by, like, Tom Hughes? Tommy Hughes? Oops. No. Who is you? Did it say? The newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. Wait, I can look at the secretary list. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hughes, Hughes, Hughes. Hughes. Oh, this is too far over. Hold on. Hughes, Hughes, Hughes. Thomas Green. Stephen Farrow. Beth Knox. Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus. Wait, I never saw that before. Hold on. Records. I'm gonna put that in Elias's file. Who is Beth Knox? Okay. Edward Roottrees, Lloyd, Raffertoons, Albert Cross, Beatrice Watts. I'm looking for Hughes. Hugh. Hugh. Hugh, Hugh, Hugh. Did I miss it? Is there anyone named Hughes in here? There's no staff named Hugh, or am I just going too fast? Joanna is no longer listed, right? Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox. John Miller, no. 1975, shouldn't be in here, even though I did look. Juliet McCullen, Doris Mays, Beth Knox, Elizabeth, Fred, Stewart, Sam, Robert, Michael, Jack. Get it, Robert, Michael, Jack. Lloyd, Raffertoons, Albert Cross, Christine Garland, Beatrice Watts, Corn Schwartz, Juliet McCullen, Doris Mays, Lisa Lewis, Valerie Ewing. She could have changed her name. No. Actually, yeah. Thomas Hughes. She could have changed her name. Hughes. Was Susan Ford always Susan Ford? I'm gonna assume this is Hughes. Thomas. I don't have a picture of him. My biggest lead right now is this school. Records. Arrest. Thomas Hughes. Follow-up article, there was one arrest. A former student at the school. Who's the last name of the founders? There's nothing else. Yeah, it's just the same article. This is Hughes as well. Same article. Mrs. Hughes. And we know that the teacher... There's a $250K donation. Grandorf was the last name of the founder. I just put Grandorf. No. Miss Ford is fluent in 5 languages. She's not deaf. Oh my goodness. The insistence of an employee of Roottrees at the time. So when did that donation happen? It would have been 1981. I'm gonna highlight this. Or no, at the time. Where was that? Okay, well, they're an employee at the time, so whoever is working at right now. Emily Barnes? No. Gwyneth Madsen, Gwyneth Cattrall, William Sams. Linda Lewis were hired. Lewis and Valerie are no longer employees. In 1981, Catherine Garrett was hired. So, Corinne Short. So, Catherine Garrett. Catherine Hughes? Is that how I spell it? Hughes? Where was it? Hughes? Hughes? Yes. There's also Linda Hughes? Or Angela. Okay, I guess I could be looking them up in here. Linda and Catherine. No. Or Linda. Who's Lisa Lewis? Lisa and Linda Lewis? So they're no longer employed though. And she's working. Office staff. Terry O'Connor. Douglas Rosenberg. Edward and Robert. Edward Morrison. Okay, William Sams. They're all remarried. Okay, what about the year before that? Albert, Fred, Christine Garland, Beatrice, and Corinne, who will both get out of work after that. Corinne and Beatrice no longer, so that doesn't matter. Juliet McCullen and Doris Days, Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing. Lisa Lewis, they're no longer employed. Emily Seinfeld and Sam Control, Robert Logan, and both of them got married. Gwyneth Cattrall. Thomas Green. Who's Gwyneth? Christine Farrow was hired. She's no longer listed, but Christine Garland. Gwyneth Madsen was hired. Beth Knox, Zach Morden. These names aren't helping me. Who are you, Miss Hughes? It has to be someone working at the time. Unless it's Susan Hughes, like, I don't... But it's not. Yeah, it's not. Then who is that? It's an employee working at the time. Okay, I'm stuck here, so I'm gonna move to my other leads right now. So there's... I'm really curious about Beth Knox. Elizabeth, maybe? No. Damn. Never mind, my leads lead to nowhere. Okay. Emily Barnes. Well, if we go up here... No, go here. They split up. And then what? I also still need a picture of Susan Ford. Somehow. Where do I get a picture of her? A Miss Susie Ford, who's principal at the nearby school, contacted by the researchers looking to identify if there are any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. They can be more different. Their life after high school is a musical. It's quite obscure, only appeared on Broadway for 17 performances. Nowadays, it's mostly performed by smaller theater troupes, including high school drama clubs. There's one song from it that has somewhat surpassed the popularity of the rest of the musical, called The Kid Inside. If you'd like to listen to it, I recommend Barry Manillo's version. If you've heard the song before, it's likely that cover. Hold on. Damn, hold on. Damn, okay. The entire musical deals entirely with the traumas and nostalgia that society collectively shares about their formative years, which feels appropriately thematic for this game. I've always thought of it as a somewhat ironic that they have high school theater clubs perform it, though. What do you mean, this game? The key word in the Butler County Times articles was local. Oh, true. The cast lists some names, including a Heather Ford. Yep, I knew that. So that was all just red herring stuff. This is the dev talking to you, basically. What the hell? Not them breaking the fourth wall. Okay, so then... Oh, this Hughes family is throwing me the hell off. Who is you? One arrest, Thomas Hughes, former student at the school. How do I find a list of students at the school? Is that possible? I guess I haven't been checking out the rest of these intuition stuff. How am I still missing something here? Did it not lock them in? Oh. Oh, wait. Is there something about her in here? Her mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. Christine Farrow. We'll put just Farrow. Farm. Is there more about the Anderson farm, maybe? Nope. What about here? Nope. It would have been Elizabeth's farm. My dad's a great storyteller. He wrote a book that partially helped fund Friday. We spent our days with my aunt in the diner where he worked. Wait, Christine Farrow has an aunt? Yeah, mom and then aunt. She has a sister? Where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skill. Or he could have a sister. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around, causing a ruckus, those were our family's favorite memories. Mom always has the eye for best vegetable... Oh my god. Hello? Vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. How do I know the farm, though? Did the book fund that? Mother grew up on a farm. Okay, that's fine. We'll move on from that first. This apparently has one thing, even though this is supposed to be like a red herring book. Maybe it's just this, but it still has an intuition thing. I don't really care about this right now. Notable events. 5 Ps I got. Clark, Rafferty, LaRue. The Roottrees Rift, 6 pieces. There's still one thing I haven't looked at. Anonymom. I don't know who Anonymom is. An affair with the Roottrees led to the birth of a daughter. For entitled to a share of the Clancy Trust. Okay. Anonymous stories came out. The DNA test proved that her daughter was not a Roottries. And the fun of Roottries seemed to disappear overnight. Yeah, Anonymous was the other lead. In July. That would have happened around either here or here. I'm thinking this is Anonymom. And then that's that. And then we have this email. Oh, I haven't really looked at anything else on this. What is this? Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth. Right, I don't know. I don't have like the proper info on Mary Beth. Because she changed her name, it said. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. She spent a lot of time at the Miracle Church. Do this recall. Yeah. There's still nothing else on that. April Jr.? No. Oh, wow, great. Okay, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. Right. New Edison is known for her adoptions, but I don't know her name. She's been twice divorced, both times to Sterling. I could maybe just do this for now. And we'll come back to that maybe, changing her name. But he's estranged from his family, didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me about a month ago. Regina Clementine. About her husband, Stuart. Apparently the Roottrees laureates went after her since then. I received her letter and called her. She told me I couldn't cooperate anymore. I thought I'd try at least. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Yep, she was pretty well known. And she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. Oops. Maybe I can look her up in here. Okay, it looks like I have not looked at this, so let's do that. I'm gonna cut this off again. Okay. Mary Beth Clementine came to Butler County a few times and played religious hymns at the Miracle Congregation's church. She's mentioned 2 times, though her first visit from 1949 was significantly more substantial. Miracle Congregation. Okay, that's the church name. Church Mary Beth frequented. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The article mentions that the church's leader was moved when he heard Mary's Beth recording of one of his favorite hymns, His Eyes on the Sparrow, and reached out to her personally. I don't think it's important, but I'm going to put that in. His Eye on the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing. Oh, boo-hoo. And it's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. This guy, he's really going through it. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those made in his image. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spent spreading his word, and I felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible is full of adoptions, from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. The second visit was a few years later in 1953. The article mentions that her first visit was a massive success, and at the instance of Miracle's congregation, she's returned for an encore performance. It also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. I'm pretty sure that has to do with just like Basket Baby. Miracle's Congregation Church. Oh. Okay, whatever. Let's do that. Oh. Wait, what the hell? Oh. Miracle Congregation. Bitch. Okay, this doesn't exist, I guess. I still don't have a thing for, like, religious news. What about this? His eye on is on the sparrow. It's a religious hymn. It has been covered over the years by many artists, so it's not very relevant. The premise is that the singer realizes they should not feel discouraged or disparaged by their troubles, as God is watching over every creature. If God can watch over and love someone as small as a sparrow, the singer knows that God is also there to watch over them. How beautiful. She and her sons are welcome to stay. Oh, she didn't have her second son at that point. Okay. Mary Beth Clementine. Is there anything else I can go off of with this? We also have Mark, who I know is was with Colleen Webb, and I know that these guys didn't legally change their names, so their last name's probably still Clementine. Although the youngest might not be named Clementine, I don't know yet. But then we have them, and I don't know anything about the oldest child. Just that this child is probably in college age, or because they graduated high school. They had a kid before that, I'm assuming. Because that was what, in like 75? 70 something? And she has a... Colleen Webb has a sister. But I don't know who that might be. And we have Elias, who I don't have much information on at all. All I know is I have one person locked in. Just one. And then possibly this one is the Hughes line, but I don't know how to find more information on them. What else have I not looked at in here? This missing pages thing is pissing me off. How do I find the missing pages? June 1999. Cicely Sanchez. Portrait of a Changed Man. Which is not this in the books. About a man who woke up after being saved from drowning. And then she had written about Guy Hudson. Unreleased book. Roottrees Secrets. This one is pissing me off. What do I get from this? I don't know the name of the book. Magazine was pulled from shelves. Had the relevant pages removed. The magazine was issued a cease and desist. Cancelled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book subject was Guy Hudson. We'll focus on a talking toy fish. The demonic message it supposedly said as the batteries ran low. Cancelled book. What is the book's name? Bass El Bub. Bass El Bub. Does someone else like talk about this book maybe? Modern Music Monthly. Oh. There's also some other Mary Beth Clementine releases that appeared over the years. One of them was The Old Rugged Cross, which was the only song that was advertised but not reviewed. It was reviewed and advertised many times in modern, but the most popular recording was the release of her cover of He's Got the World in His Hands. It has a very positive review of her cover, and the writer complimented her voice and the tone of her guitar. The review had nothing to say about Mary Beth herself, so it's not much use to your investigation. Right. It says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Oh. Wait. Oh. They had quite a lot of overlap. There are countless advertisements for various covers. When you scan the results for anything other than an advertisement, you do find a brief blurb from when New Edison was sued by Edison Records. By the time the magazine had covered it, it seemed the lawsuit was settled out of court and New Edison was destined to shut down. The owner, who went by Sterling Edison, said he'd likely create a new record label, but there's no evidence anywhere that he did, and that was the last mention of him. Okay, but is there anything else about Mary Beth? Mary Beth Clementine, that. When it was first reviewed by the magazine, it listed the artist as Mary Beth Quaker. Quaker! Oh, wait. Yeah, Mary Beth Quaker. Oops. No. 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 Bitch. Okay, I think that was just to get her legal name. Okay, so we know that her name is Mary Beth Quaker. I still don't know his kids. I could probably figure that out. I just need to figure out the lead for that. What's the reminders? There's still stuff about Jim Roottrees. Oh god. I like shifted and my desk cracked. It wasn't me, I swear. There's 5 presidents of the Roottrees Company. Right. Morden's art book. Carolyn Morden's art book. Is there stuff about her that I need to worry about? Oh my god, there's more. What's this? Is this even important? No, it's not. This was a cable news interview. Transcript of only Caroline's answers has been posted on a site about television. Thanks for having me. I've never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all of her tractors, but I don't really think it fits her narrative. Yes and no. They never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean. But I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid me any attention. She's my wife. Not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20 and just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. She followed him on a jet to Europe? Caroline Morden, I think. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, his trip was somehow more acceptable? Explain that. No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was a huge fan of romance or woman. But he didn't like the entire... What? But he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. Ew. He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead. Not unless you want more stories about Guy. With Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to a private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense when they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. Oh, well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both. All the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problem with women were different than guys, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it'd be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then, he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays, he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be, and to Guy and Carl, but it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring and old. Real. Okay. After the release of Six Pieces, Caroline Warden did an television interview. Someone had uploaded a partial transcript of that interview. The transcript is only her answers and is missing the questions. This creates a somewhat confusing reading experience, but does give you a bit more history about Caroline and some of her family members. It does, kind of. What else was I looking at? I was looking at reminders. Jim Roottrees. A best of album did get released to CD during Roottrees Mania. Do a few signings. During question and answer sessions, Jim stated he hasn't been inspired to write any new lyrics. Okay, best of. Let's look at Modern Music Monthly. Best of. Oh. Jim Roottrees. Interesting. What else was there? News Time? No. Business Watch. Clark, Rafferty, LaRue? Oh, have I not looked at any of this? Hold on. Ruby is... Or Clark is the Free Spirits, I believe. Yes. Okay. Clark, Rafferty, LaRue, as well as Ruby Spratt and her company, Ruby Legal Enterprises, were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as the keepers of the Clancy Trust. There's an article about that process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. It seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottrees sometime in late March, after the Roottrees Rift. As an accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money, so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. The family quickly jumped on this chance, as many family members often attempt to spend as little as possible to keep their shares of the Clancy Trust as high as possible. After looking over the Clancy Trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Rootrees' implementation was not legally sound, and that there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face, to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix between a law firm and a PR firm. Her first move, as sort of a trial run before she was even hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring that they begin to address the Clancy Trust. This went quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organization Or organizing the various charitable causes, such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. Right. What is this one? Earn money based on the profits. The first article you can find. Infallible legal aspects. Okay, I mean, this isn't really anything we didn't already know. After the Roottrees rift. Did I not look into this yet? The 3 press releases due to clear conflicts between them. Okay, I'll just make a temporary thing called Rift. The first was fairly standard. It stated that there was no president of the Roottrees Company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later, and it announced that after a vote, Ron Roottrees would be taking over temporarily as an interim president. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, but had verified the claims within and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the Clancy Trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the 2 press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottrees would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensations planned would be based on a stringent verification process. What is that? I don't know what that means. Huh? Okay. Whatever that means. Then we have Lauren Roottrees. All I know about Lauren Roottrees right now is that she's like in a home. Author of A Life Between Wars, right? She was relocated back to Pennsylvania. So she's in Butler County? No, her page is still old. Yeah, this is crazy. The most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. Right. I know that she has the book. Lauren Roottrees. Oh, it was republished. When revisiting Lauren's book, there's a single passage that focuses on potential affairs in her immediate family. You've added it to the rest of your evidence. Diary Cruelty. An entry entitled Cruelty from Lauren's Roottrees diary written in 1963. It focuses on the relationship between her mother and father. Okay, gonna just go... Wait, her mother and father? That would be next gen. Yeah, Gwen died. While it offered only redundant information during your previous investigation, it mentions the subject of affairs and may be more useful this time around. I am no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisting at an age that most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today, if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago, but there is an emptiness in my soul. I don't understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriend's husbands have been unfaithful. If I'm able to remain true to the ghost of a man, with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for a long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch, someone you can joke with? I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match, in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, Pop's status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with their cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family, saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias." Whoa. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as weakness. Eliath, Eliath, please remember Tham. Not even our family's maladies and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in miracle. I can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. Wait. She has a lisp. Gwyneth has a lisp. Beth could be Bess. That my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. Oh my god. Wait, so then... I have one name written down somewhere. It was Bess Williams. Who is Bess Williams? I remember that name being mentioned. She wrote Family Man. She died tragically young in a major hurricane. Her only notable book, Family Man. Oh my god. There's a site dedicated to hurricane statistics that also mentions Bess Williams. The Bocatero Library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the nonfiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 1950 and then closed in 1963 when multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area. According to the website for the Library System Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. A courtyard which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. That statue is her. Bitch. She's an author. Yo. Wow, congratulations for noticing detail about the list, but that was incredible. Thank you! Well, I was thinking, because I knew that the only mention of Gwyneth that was relevant was that, what was his name? Chris overheard her saying Beth. And so when I was like, wait, lisp? That made sense. And then I remembered hearing Bess Williams. That was the only time I ever heard the name Bess. I've never heard that name ever in my life, so it was a very unique name to me. I've heard like Bessie, but that's like, I've heard that for a cow, so Bess Williams. And I was wondering who that statue was. I knew that was going to be somehow related to like the earlier 1921 when they barely had pictures. Okay, so that we have. Then we have... I still need her picture. I don't know how to get her picture. And I need Susan's picture. Christine Farrow. How do I get her picture? I need a picture of, like, I need to figure out her farm. Elizabeth Farrow's farm. Wait, what is this art book? It's a book of paintings by Marcia Barbin. Hold on. Marcia Barbin. It's a book of paintings. On second glance, it still doesn't seem related. Bitch! Okay. Shut up. At least I'm trying. I'm trying. Who is Marcia Barbin? Nothing. Okay. Farrow. I know Elizabeth Farrow worked as a secretary, or not a secretary, a farmhand in 1975. Farming and manufacturing. But did she grow up on that farm? It would have been the Anderson farm, I'm assuming. There's nothing else new to that, though, I don't think. Farm. Farrow Farm. Was it Farrow? Christine Farrow. Christine Farrow. Who is you? I know this. She delivered produce from her mother's farm. It's her mother's farm. Elizabeth Farrow. But there's nothing on her. I know Elizabeth is her mom. Was she married at some point? John. No. Farm and manufacturing. They are no longer employed by Roottrees in 1978. From her mother's farm. This might not even be a lead that I should be looking at, but it's the only one I got. You know? This is for Guy. It should be up here. She and her husband Steve. She had a bun in the oven. She's a secretary. Valentine's Day, 1978. Nah. Keep an Eye on His Son, Mark Zimmer, Kitchen Tales, I First Met Steve, Karen's Brewhouse, Meet Your Best Friend, Joint Fry Die, Boston Homepage. Okay. Bankrolled by the King, James and Robert, Samosa Cone. Robert's mother grew up on a farm. Sistine Apple. Well, I guess it could be in here. right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Oh yeah, the cover and main article has been added. As a focus on a restaurant, the magazine's name implies each restaurant lists the one main dish that the head chef is known for. Samosa cone is that same thing. Okay. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite. How about this? Apple pie. Damn. Oh, I gotta adjust myself 1 sec. That's better. Some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. Good for you. Followed guy on a private jet to Europe. Guy traveled a lot. There's also more business stuff that I'm curious about. Edward route to retirement, Christmas tree bash, travel expenses. Australia, China, France, Brazil. Brazil is the factory thing that he bribed. Nothing else here, I guess. 4th of July spectacular. Nothing for Valentine's Day, though. Strawberry, sugar plum, whatever that is. Butterscotch, caviar again? Oh, they canceled all of these. Fred Gleason's 50 work. Root clothing reimbursement. Huh. Okay. Reminders. Still 2 reminders. November Roottrees was really difficult to place. Brian Jones. Oh, it was probably just leading me to the website from that. Ron and Robbie, Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. Right. I forget what that book was called, though. Did I look into Sam Madsen? I think I did. Yeah, I did. What about Edward Clancy? It's Edward Clancy, right? Edward Clancy. Yeah. But there's nothing on him? Did she not reveal his name? I guess not. There were a few dead ends and red herrings. Yeah. Well, Family Man is still... Oh, if I remember right, you never found Brian's site in the first campaign. I realized that, yeah. It said, like, when I saw... What was it? Her occupation can only be found via Brian Jones's company's website. The actual reason how I narrowed that down was that one of, like, the texts said, oh, all of the free spirits are musicians or this or that or dancers, and the only person I didn't have in the free spirits was November, and I didn't have anyone else as a dancer, so I just narrowed it down. So I guess I could do that, you know? There are other ways to get the info. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Right. Oh. Christine Valdez. I don't know what this is. This didn't lead me anywhere. Yeah, you were incredibly lucky with that one and made me Hey, it wasn't luck. I did that with deduction, okay? I used my brain for that one. I didn't just guess, technically. I narrowed it down. The 5 pieces Elias children could be identified based on the initials of the original candy flavors. don't think anything else here really helps me. The only thing I don't have much on is Jim Roottrees, but the only thing it mentions is this best of album. Roottrees Mania. These re-releases were not too difficult, or not too late. Wait, they were too late to successfully capitalize on or extend the craze. Most of them were failures, and countless novelty shirts that had variations of "I'm a secret Roottrees" became immediately unfashionable. Yeah, they're ugly as hell. This is only about 5-piece, I think. I don't think this is relevant to me anymore. It still says 2 things are relevant. Did I look up diamond? Oh, this is old. This... I need to, like, study this. But I feel like if I just stare at this, I'm not getting anywhere. Because I feel like most of the information of how to get off of this is just from Sicily. But I don't know how to get the name of the book. Did I look at this yet? It said that Sicily didn't have the right to redistribute the photos. This caused the issue to sell faster, though only for a day. I have read this. Even people who have never normally purchased it went on it their way. From News Times states that it was unlikely that Ruby could have pulled the story. Right. Apparently announced that they would be pulling their issue the following day. If I just look up an author's name, will it give me anything? Yeah, they're both required. Interesting. What else was listed as her books? Sicily. It would be about Guy. Sicily? Should be in here. Maybe it's in here. Cicely Sanchez, Portrait of a Changed Man. Follow-up Foreign Gospel. Oh, wait. I always forget it doesn't do this. Of a man from a Catholic church who claims he was told by God he was to travel to Thailand. Right. What about this one? Nothing. She did a biography of Van Gogh. I don't know the name of the book, though. With an article about a book she commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. Nothing. And then that's all I had on Sicily. Can I not get anything else about her? Oops. It's just in the Picardy. Cancelled book by Sicily. I know it's not gonna get me anywhere, but what could it be called? About Guy Hudson. She helped a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland, which I knew, so I looked her up on this. She grew up in the foster care system. She was the valedictorian of her school, which was the heralded Mid-Eastern. She's top of her class. Ron was announced as president of Roottrees. I don't think I got anything from this. Was this important? I haven't found any leads with this info about Ron. The only parts that are new to you are also the most vague parts. Right, right. They were worried he would gut the clans to trust. Nobody was excited about it. Seemed like the safest choice. Oh yeah, she did the foster fountain. Foster care system. She's an alumni of the foster care system. That much we found out. But is that important to us? Portland's foster care. What is their foster... Like, what foster care facilities was she in? There's the Portland foster care. Foster fountain. As more businesses, the fountain's unique. If a coin lands on it, yep. Okay. Fountain of Youths. Apparently at the unveiling of the fountain, the mayor of Portland made a speech and there was performances by multiple local entertainers, as well as a ribbon cutting from the people most instrumental in bringing the fountain into fruition. The article calls out that all the performers and speakers were foster care alumni, and most of them grew up together as close friends. This includes poets, musicians, and dancers. Dirty Davy was listed as one of the musicians. Oh. Ruby and 5Ps were in foster care together? And most of them grew up together as close friends. Huh. What was his birth name? David Fellows? Would they have gone to the same university? Since Felix was confirmed to be a Roottrie, there's been a myriad of articles in his hometown newspaper that mention him. Nothing appears to be new information, and all rehashes the News Time article in his web searches. The newspaper's music critic did review his latest album. They gave it a 3 out of 5. Damn. Felix Fellows. I forgot that's what he goes by. Maybe here? 5-piece? No. They grew up knowing each other. Ruby Sprat. What does that do for me? They backtracked and publicly welcomed him to the family. Yet they had new evidence that confirmed his story. Shit. Oh. Do you really think that someone called 5-piece has gone to university? Listen, I'm not gonna prejudge. I thought it was unlikely, but I'm not gonna rule out all odds, okay? Everyone has their past. Portland's foster care. Huh. Oh. Poets, musicians, and dancers. In the foster care system. Poets, musicians, and dancers. Dirty Davy was listed as one of the musicians. Foster care, foster care. Huh. So Ruby's probably one of these. Ruby, did it say how old she is? Ruby Sprat. It's probably not her real name either. Hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. Gas station chain. Shit. With the rollout of promotions that allows gas station companies the ability to bet on the price of gas. Calling her firm a double threat. Or a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Right. Right. A magazine owned by a major airline. About modern day success stories. What's the magazine? What is the magazine? Airline. Ruby Sprat Airline. Bitch, this is how Googling works. The most complete source of information for a magazine owned by a major airline. What airline? Oh, it literally says she grew up in foster care. I just ignored that. She earned a scholarship. There she graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer. There are a few... Okay, okay. What is this? What is this airline thing? Oh, thank you for redeeming Hydrate. Yum, 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 yum. Owned by a major airline. Gas station. Airline. Portland Airline. Herald Airline. Newstime Airline, bitch. Okay. About modern day success stories. I'm going in circles. I still don't know anything about Sicily. I'm so tempted to do the hint, but I've been so good not doing hints. I want to continue on that list. God, this one is so much harder. How do I get your picture? How do I get your picture? Guy Hudson. Is there more on him I didn't like Google? Yep. And that's old. That's old. Pickety. That I already read. Have you gone to Portland? Have you been to Midwestern? Have you, are you a chef? Are you in business? No, you were. Okay, do you have music? Are you in Hollywood? Have you been in a movie? Do the teens love you? Bitch. Teen Blast. Modern music. Yeah, no, it's just Teen Blast. 5 Ps was in this, which I got, and then foster care in Portland. Yes. '17 magazine. Series of murders at a fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song. Involved a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show. Is it saying that there's a magazine that has a similar title? Or I can't tell. No. Doing the violence was apparently trying to beat... Oh god, I forgot about that. It is generally considered in very poor taste to bring it up. Right. trying to shock people or come from the morbidly curious corners of the internet. Maybe this is what the magazine's called? Hold on, let me go back to the... Sent out some mail to Diamonds Dazzlers. Best of. Jim Roottrees. While neither of them performed recently, they did a few signings at local record stores near their estate. Do I have to know what those record stores are called? To CD during Roottrees Mania. To trigger new printings of other Roottrees-related media. Unauthorized biographies. Okay. I love this. Late night hosts and guests made jokes about other lost members of the family. How to pop culture treated Roottrees Mania. What was the other page that was like notable events? Yeah. The Roottrees Riff, Clark Rafferty LaRue, Roottrees Mania, Anonymom, and 5Ps. Okay. So I have 5Ps. I need more on 6 pieces. I think. Or did I already looked at this, right? Yes, I already did. It's already in my notes. And then Clark, or the Roottrees Rift. Was about Ron Roottrees, so I need to figure out why that's important. Even using conference calls. And Ron Roottrees will be taking over the company's first joint presidents. And then just Clark on his own, I guess, is important to note. Less information you already know. And that his mother was Lauren Roottrees. Since taking over, he remains out of the spotlight. He gained a lot of his support when his first move was a statement of accepting Sam and her family. The company released a press statement and thanked Ron for his work. Right. And then we have Roottrees Mania and Anonymom. Anonymous woman. An affair with Roottrees led to the birth of her daughter. The DNA test provided that her daughter was not a Roottrees. Clark was announced as the permanent successor. Yep. Stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release. With multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Elias retreats bestseller for a few months. Carl had not yet been replaced. Okay. So still not much on Ron. Said he hopes to release a movie about it someday. Business Watch. Yeah, there's all this. The article mentions that nobody from Roottrees that they reached out to is willing to go on record. The timeline of events has been constructed from public records. Oh, wait. The timeline of events has been constructed from public records, accidental leaks, and a source on the inside. Ooh. Source on the inside? What does that mean? What would this be under? The Rift? No. Yes. This is the Rift. Someone leaked info from the inside. That are new to you are also the most vague parts. The timeline says that the family actually held a preliminary vote after Carl Roottrees died, but before the release of 6 Pieces, decided they want Ron because of his experience running RR Productions. Ron seemed way too eager. They were worried. Remove Robbie Roottrees. Worried he would do so. Family notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled and Ron became frustrated. He released a press release himself. This caused chaos. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark. Ron was impossible to deal with. Oh, according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the Clancy trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about, but seemed like the safest choice. Same thing. Yeah, he was released from French prison. As Robbie's participation was a key piece of evidence in Sam's favor. He's not yet returned to the States, but when journalists reached out to him after the death of his mother, he had issued a blanket statement. The death of my mother was hard on our family. My brother and I, after spending time together, caring for her and mourning, have finally made amends. It was a highly transformative few weeks when it came to our relationship. I'm in recovery from my addiction, and a major aspect of the process is that I wish to stay private. Robbie Roottrees. Huh. Did he have an addiction? Seems to have no projects listed in development other than Guys Like Us remake. Has been discussed a few times on the website about upcoming films called Movie News. The logo is a cow on a film canister. The rumored cast is Cameron Diaz in the role originated by Gwyn, Linda Fiorentino, and Chris O'Donnell. According to leaked news, the remake has been put on indefinite hiatus due to its director dropping out in the wake of a serious medical issue, though that's only a rumor. Movie news. Upcoming films called movie news. I'm assuming... Yeah, I'm assuming that's because of his mom passing away. Cameron Diaz. Aw, damn. Aw, dang it. I don't know who Linda Fiorentino is. I'm probably not even saying that right. Okay. It verified the claims within Mrs. Madsen. Make sure like nothing like this could happen again. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. Any compensation plan would be based on a stringent verification process. I don't think there's much else I can get from the Rift right now. Then 6 pieces was this. These were mixed. However, many took umbrage with the timing of the release and the tone of the book. And there's an older version of this. Business Watch? No. News Time? No. The Portland Paragraph. Aw, dang it. Did it? Aw, dang it. Okay, what about... I didn't know if this was even relevant, but there's the Bookmarks Business. That was here. Lauren Roottrees did a book signing. I think that's just a red herring. Both closed in 1992. He was a chef at Antonelli's. When she delivered produce, does he need a picture as well? No, he doesn't. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers. They're both working as much as they can. She went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Right. In Boston? They reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Who was their supplier? Sold the land the building was on. At the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location if she would retire. Or if she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece. Okay. Antonelli's. Then there's... I feel like I should already have her picture somehow. James Garland. What about Robert Garland? Is that his name? Yeah. Right. James Garland. Yeah. It's not a full restaurant, just a front door and very small interior. Usually the restaurant only serves vegetables. Did it say where they get their vegetables? Most kids hate vegetables. Since they moved back before I could even talk, but they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He wrote a book. When they moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. They never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped. And she had to go back to work as a secretary. Even after Robert was born, before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. And then we have the book that has... Oh. Where was the book? Is it this? Yeah, it was this. It was 10 to 12 years later they met again. Flora's unique dough had earned her position as the king's personal baker. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. This doesn't even have any info with that could help me, I don't think. Yeah, it's just gibberish. Yeah, I already have that article that mentions Anana Mom. Diary, Family Man. Was this about the... Yeah, this was about the lisp. Family Man was something about her being an author, Bess Williams. So those I already got. Regina Clementine, this had to be about Mary Beth being a singer. I already know her name's Mary Beth Quaker. Reminder. Lauren's two diaries. Right. Did I look up her one diary? Diary. What was her other diary? I forget. I still have that info somewhere, no? Didn't it say I have access to all of that? Archived evidence. Oh my god, it does. Okay. There was A Life Between Wars and the Revisiting one. Where is that? Revisiting the Diary. It's just called Revisiting the Diary, I think. Okay, it's old. Means I still have like access to all of this. Okay, that's good, that's good. Let's go back to this. Tell me, why are you 8 pieces of information? Big bass, sea bass. Big sass, sea bass. Whoa. Yeah, but I can't just get anything from this. Like, there needs to be more. Oops. Who took down the pictures? By the Roottrees lawyers. Huh. Unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. I do want to read about the fish toy. Give me the pages. Issues pulled from store shelves. What's the book called? With a focus on exploring darkness in the human psyche. She's best known. Like, these have to mean something, right? Foreign gospel. The man who woke up after being saved from drowning became an entirely different person. Included our interviews from those that knew him best, as well as one-on-one chats. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? She also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. Huh. I don't think I have anything else that's like author related. Maybe I need to find a magazine that's like author related. What the hell? In the human psyche. The magazine were immediately issued a cease and desist. Inclusion of pictures that she had never had the right to publish. Collector's item. How do I collect this item? Cough. Cough. I might have to do a hint. I'm so lost. I am so very lost. I just don't know where to go with the information I have. Lauren's other books are not useful on their own, but they could lead to other info. Is that what it said? Lauren's other books. What are her other books? I forget. Ooh, I don't remember. Maybe there's an old tree. Her married name was Lauren Rafferty. Lived between wars. This included romance in court. About the author blurb mentions she had an inspiration from one of her brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. And then, what was the other? Oh wait, it was here. She followed the re-release by writing 2 new sequels, the Court Jester series. Often called the Court Jester series. They were called Return to Court. Oops. And New Romance in Court. This was inspired by one of her brother Clancy's lectures again. And then New Romance in Court. Oh, oops. Okay. None of these gave me anything important. Do I already have these in my files here? I don't think so. Revisiting the diary. Right, so none of that actually helps. All the books in the series but different romances. You can probably surmise the narrator's profession. Okay. Nothing else. Nothing else. Cool, 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 cool. This is about Guy. Most of it is hearsay. One of the farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but worked as one of Guy's secretaries. A caterer from a local restaurant met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. She wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. The rumor has it that the daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. She left when she got pregnant, no? Or she got married when she got pregnant. Which would have been... Let me check something real quick. She got married around here. Not here, here. She was hired, and then she got remarried, or she got married in 1977. So around that time, there's Zach Morton's retirement party. I'm trying to think of what party would have happened. No. Let's try around this time. She stopped working for them in 1978. Could have been around here? She married him in 1977? And she started working there in 76. What party did he do? Swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties. Okay, so the holiday parties. Christmas tree bash. Okay, what about New Year's Eve ball? Fourth of July spectacular. She wouldn't have been working around this time, though. He just calls all of these the same thing. Christmas tree bash. Edward Roottrees retirement party? Okay. Nothing again. Travel expenses. You went to France at this point. There was the Grand Dove donation. There's just this on Chris Rafferty. Tells me about things I don't remember. I don't know if any of this would help me now, though, because I already pieced together all of this. This is A Buried Treasure from the author of Court series. Keep an eye out of Lawrence with next book, Revisiting the Diary. Yeah. I already did that one. All old. Okay, I need to just, like, take a step back. Figure out what it is I can piece together next. I need to piece together Susan Ford. Grandorf. You can scan through all the biographies. The principal, Miss Ford, is fluent, including ASL. She has been working at the school for over 15 years. So she would have been there when it was called Grandorf Dove. Which I believe I could just do here. $1982. There was one arrest. He was a former student at the school. He married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. According to the reports, trials and restraining Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. That could also be a red herring. He was released on bail. The school did not press charges. And they've all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. Miss Ford's bio also mentions... When was this article? So, if it's on the website, that would have been... She's been working there since 1985. 84. Over 15 years. So, like, 1984, 1983. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf, but should rather learn sign language to communicate with the deaf. The Hudson Wing. Came at the insistence of an employee of Roottrees at the time. She learned ASL from the main school. To surprise her future husband. After realizing how useful a service like this could be, she became the first teacher at the new campus. It only operated on weekends, but since then it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. She is Miss Ford, so maybe she used to be Susan Hughes. Maybe that's what it's saying. No. Susie Hughes. Mm-mm. High school in Butler County performed as their life after school. Okay. There's still not much to go on based on that. I'm also not getting like any pictures. Do I want a hint? Okay, my one and only hint. Bitch. What is that even, do I even need that? Some of his music could be helpful to me. Is that even something I need to know right now? Do you want some actual help? Maybe. Because I don't think that helps me at all. Yes, I would like some actual help. Guy Edson, his parents divorced. He grew up with her until he was 16. Box hidden. The only one not from the affair itself. Yeah, I don't think this helps me at all right now. Any searches that do not lead to new information still functions. Most of the action took place in and around. I just keep rereading the same info, and it's not helping me. I'm most curious about this. This is about Cicely and other things. Oh my god, the game gives you hints to where to search for things, but they are easy to miss because they seem unimportant. The game gives you hints to where to search for things. Okay. About Cicely? The version you found in your periodical search had the relevant pages removed. The version I found. So go reread info about Cicely and pay close attention to terms and things mentioned in them. Okay. That is very helpful, thank you. I think the problem is that, like, I don't exactly know how to find, like, where to look for all of these. So I know that she's known for nonfiction. Darkness in the human psyche. She was commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist. And it was made an instant collector's item. These don't lead me anywhere, even though I thought they would. Oh. As well as one-on-one chats that paint an entirely different picture. And then there's foreign gospel. The only thing I got from this was about her traveling to Thailand. Began to preach, convert 10,000 people. She also traveled to investigate the claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. I know that he didn't travel to Thailand, at least from what I read. So Cicely, she's an author best known for that. She has written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, which I don't know the name of. It just says biography of Van Gogh, and then I tried just Van Gogh and it doesn't work. Exploring darkness in the human psyche. She appeared in a magazine called Piketty. Okay. Oh, I didn't... Okay. It has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appeal to a wider variety of audiences, and appears in many grocery stores near the checkout line. Unlike traditional tabloids, it doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover. Instead, it tends to latch onto and create sensational headlines about whatever subject appears to be popular at any given time. In recent years, this has included Beanie Babies, Magic Eye images, and even Red Bull. It has often come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Piketty gets around this by stating in every issue that all of its articles are all the hearsay that fits to print. At one point, Piketty ran an article about Cicely Sanchez, an author. She claims to have written an unread book by Guy Hudson. The article was not even the main focus of the issue, yet the magazine was threatened legally by the Roottrees Corporation. That particular issue, the big Sass Seabass issue, was pulled from shelves. It has now become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottrees company was hiding. You find a recently finished online auction that listed a copy at over $1,000, though nobody bid. Oh, okay. It's a talking fish that sits on a fake mount on your wall. When you press the button, it speaks and speak to it. It mimics your voice and then insults you. Many people consider it a rip-off of a more popular wall-mounted communication-based fish decoration, but the packaging makes it clear that this one does not sing. Instead, what the advertisement says, advertisements say set big sass sea bass apart from its competitors is a sardonic and sarcastic wit that will leave you reeling with laughter. It's oceans of fun for the whole family. You'll be hooked on this big sassy bass. The words reeling oceans and hooked are conveniently bolded to ensure you recognize how clever the copywriter was. Recently, it appeared on the cover of a Piketty magazine in the same issue that a Roottrees-related article appeared. That issue was removed from stores after the Roottrees sued the magazine. The issue has become a collector's item and ripe for conspiracy theories about what the Roottrees were trying to keep from people. Right. Okay. Yes, and? An online auction? Can I buy it? I want to buy it. Finished online auction that listed a copy over $1,000. I want it. Give it to me. Okay. And ripe for conspiracy theories. What are the conspiracy theories? I want to know. I want to know. I want to know. Appeared on the cover of Piketty magazine. Beanie Babies. Magic Eye Images. Red Bull. For printing fiction along with facts. The Big Sass Sea Bass issue was pulled from shelves. Uh-huh. Especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottrees company was hiding. I want to know what the online auction is. I want this. Tell me. Tell me who you are. No. No. Big sassy bass. The book she had commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. Pictures she had never had the rights to publish. Hmm. Is this new? Oh, wait, this is new. Although during your last search you only got a good look at the history page, the design itself has clearly become much more sleek and very corporate. Gone is any history focused on Elias Roottrees. Instead, the site seems to focus on the present status of their candy offerings with high-quality JPEGs of each of their products. There are also some small ads for Root, which is the clothing company owned by the Roottrees Candy Company. There's a small section at the bottom that lists the president as Clark Rafferty LaRue. A short bio mentions that he was responsible for some of their marketing before taking the reins after the unfortunate plane crash. There's also a small memorial section for those that perished in the plane crash, including the Roottrees sisters, Carl and Brenda, Kurt Johnson, Mark Sanchez, Trish King, and Eliza Nicholson. Okay. I feel like that's going to be important. Let me put that under... under Guy? I guess it would be under this. I'll put it under this. Okay, let's look up who Mark Sanchez is. Kurt Johnson and Mark Sanchez were the pilot and co-pilot of Roottrees jet during its crash last December. Although the NTSB investigation has not been released, foul play has been ruled out. Trish King was on the cabin crew of the Roottrees private jet. Elizabeth Nicholson, who went by Eliza, lived in a house where with her family about 200 yards from the section of the woods where the plane crashed. She reportedly had a heart attack during the commotion, and her family were unable to reach emergency services due to the overwhelmed phone lines and the ongoing storm. Her son-in-law managed to flag down an officer responding to the plane crash, but it was too late. Yeesh. Okay. Son-in-law managed to flag down an officer. Okay, what is NTSB? National Transportation and Safety Board. And... oh. In the United States, they're responsible for investigating plane crashes. Foul play has been ruled out. Okay. And then there's nothing else on pilots. Whoa, okay. A week after the Roottrees sisters died in a plane crash, Piketty focused on an expose on the pilot and co-pilot. It was widely seen as completely useless in an intentional mischaracterization of the two crew members. For example, they claimed that the co-pilot, who was pilot flying that day, was on pharmaceuticals. But it turned out that he had purchased a mild pain reliever in the airport gift shop the night before. They also claimed the pilot had been let go from his previous position at a much larger airline, which was true, but only as part of a downsize. As far as you can tell, none of this is relevant to your current investigation. Oh. Oh, well, I wrote it all down. Kurt Johnson? Was Trisha King? What was the one thing? Trish King. Trisha King? Trish King? Just that? Was on the cabin crew. Eliza Nicholson. Elizabeth. Mark Sanchez is the only thing that's close to Cicely Sanchez that I can think of. Wait, let me pause on this information for a pee break. Okay, chat, we back. Okay. They're responsible for investigating plane crashes. So, one thing I was thinking about is that it's talking about some major airline again, which was mentioned with Ruby. So, I'm gonna probably have to figure out what that airline is and potentially like a magazine associated. Because I'm thinking I'm gonna figure out information about Ruby there and Kurt Johnson, who was let go from his previous position at a much larger airline. I'm pretty sure that's Kurt as pilot and co-pilot. Which was not... Is it in here? Yeah. Is there anything about him here? Or... News time? Portland? No, it's just this. Claimed that the co-pilot who was pilot flying that day... Oh. The pilot had been let go from his previous position on a much larger airline. Who was pilot flying that day? So that would have been... Kurt is the co-pilot. So Mark Johnson... No, Mark Sanchez was let go from his previous position. Mark Sanchez. If I'm piecing that together properly. Business Watch? This is the only thing that mentions him. Okay. It focused on an expose on the pilot and co-pilot. He purchased a mild pain reliever. None of it is relevant to my current investigation. Not even just searching them up. It's just this. Where did the plane crash? Roottrees jet? No. And the pilot reported a loss of control before calling Mayday. Experts don't have all the information, but some are speculating it had to do with a wind shear. The argument starts somewhat civil, but go on and on for 6 pages. And by midway down the 3rd page, they've deteriorated into a full-on flame war. Okay. She was on the cabin crew. She reportedly had a heart attack during the commotion. Her son-in-law. This is probably somewhere over here. This feels like a lot of info. So it's either a timeline down here or here. In which case, I think this would be Mark Sanchez or something. Like, this is something, something, and then, you know, maybe it's her dad. Cicely's dad. Elizabeth, who went by Eliza, lived in a house with her family about 200 yards from the section of the woods where the plane crashed. And I was trying to find where... Did it say where it crashed? It doesn't. As far as I can tell. And then there's this. The NTSB is the National Transportation and Safety Board. Oops. Yeah. Okay, it's not like copying it properly. Let's just do NTSB. Use time. Pick a tea. Nothing. Nothing on those. There's also a small memorial section. The Roottrees sisters, Carl and Brenda. Kurt Johnson, Mark Sanchez, Trish King, and Eliza Nicholson. Trish King. Kurt Johnson and Mark Sanchez. This feels very over-detailed. Elizabeth Nicholson. Who went by Eliza. I don't think I ever see anyone named Elizabeth go by Eliza. Maybe I do. But it's usually like Beth or Liz. Oh. I was about to put Eliza Pancakes. Sims on the brain. Eliza Nicholson. Why was she in the thing? She had a heart attack during the commotion. Oh, so she was like completely uninvolved. She wasn't even on the plane. She just lived nearby and was like a product of, or she was not able to get help because of the crash and the phone lines. Oh, that's really sad, actually. Well, all of this is really sad, but like, damn. The only thing I found was this, which, I mean, I feel like it's important. It's just like, what can I do with it? He was on pharmaceuticals. Let go from his previous position at a much larger airline. Am I missing, like, the whole... Like, I need whatever this airline... Like, what... Airline. I feel like there needs to be some sort of magazine that includes that. Do I have that information? I don't know. All I know is that they have a private jet. But there keeps being mention of this, like, airline, or there being, like, an airline that I don't know how to narrow down. Also, how did I get here? Oh yeah, I was looking at this and it mentioned the Roottrees company. There's some small ads for Root. And then it just lists the president as Clark. There's a small memorial section. I already looked at this. And I still don't have much on the scholarship. The fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottrees sisters. It is managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. Okay. Yep. It's a memorial for the sister and their father. It seems like she did end up getting her ears pierced. Yep. A picture of the girls with a sad MIDI piano playing. It's just this scholarship that's mentioned. Right. And I assumed I could find info on it in Teen Blast, because it feels like it's aimed at them, but I guess not. Yeah, I don't know. Scholarship page. Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. Managed by the Legal Enterprises. They were recently in the news with Cicely Sanchez. It now seems to ties multiple aspects of the Roottrees Corporation. It's just more about that right now. After a fiasco of 6 pieces, they hired outside counsel. Is it still just like the same set? Okay. A high-profile lawsuit they raised against Sicily. Correct? True. So the Roottrees Corporation and Root. So they were the firm that sued Sicily. And for some reason, Piketty also covered Mark. I think that's what's, like, getting me a bit confused here. They focus an expose on the pilot and co-pilot. And they're saying that Kurt Johnson and Mark Sanchez were the pilot and co-pilot. So... No, they're saying Mark Sanchez... I'm so confused. Why did they say it like this? The co-pilot who was pilot flying that day. So is he still considered... But it turned out he had purchased a mild pain reliever in the airport gift shop the night before. They also claim the pilot had been let go from his previous position at a much larger airline, which was true, but only as part of a downsize. None of this is relevant to your current investigation. Why not? I think it is. Oh my god. Why not? What's wrong with me? Ah, wait, why? What's wrong with you? Yeah, what is wrong with you? I don't know. You tell me, because I don't know. Airport gift shop. The night before. Where were they flying from? Where were they flying from? Funny Instagram story? Oh, okay. What else do I have on Mark Sanchez besides these? Just that? Is that all I can get from that? I feel like this is a good lead, I just don't know where to go from this. Mark Sanchez is the only thing close I have to Cicely Sanchez. And they might not even be related. Sanchez. Oh my god. Kurt Johnson. Trish King. Search for things. NTSB seems important, but where else can I focus on this? Other countries have their own investigative organizations. National Transportation and Safety Board. Okay. There's just this about her. She says they met when he was sent to a private school near her hometown and broke up when he graduated and moved back to Butler County. Where did he go to private school? Died in a plane crash near the end of last year along with his daughters. You're pretty familiar with that moment in history. While the Butler County Times did do a story on the plane crash, there's no useful information to your current search. If you'd like to read old articles, including the previous version of that one. That was a clacky keyboard that tickled my brain. Well, yes! I know, I love the keyboard sounds in this game. It's so satisfying to just type. Including the previous version of this one that mentioned Ernie Jr. Carl's marriage. They were both in their early 20s. Apparently in 1981, Carl got quite drunk at a charity event and broke his arm falling down some stairs. The article also mentions Ernie is from 1996 when Carl took over. Ernie Jr. apparently liked to stay out of the spotlight and never appeared in Butler County Times other than a few mentions here and there. This article does mention an illness as the reason why he was stepping down, yeah. One announced Carl's marriage to Brenda White. They were both in their early 20s. He broke his arm falling down some stairs. Damn, okay. Okay. That's it, that's all I get from this. In the years since, he's taken on a bit of rotation of real-life Wonka. He's known to be as a bit eccentric and to forego the typical luxuries of the average Roottrie, but in our estimation, he has been a shrewd businessman with an eye for sweets. Yep. Okay. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987. Yep. Nothing else about Root. Did I not look at this before? In Business Watch? Okay. Clark Rugby LaRue, as well as Ruby Spratt and her company, were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as the keepers of the Clancy Trust. There's an article about that process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. It seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottrees sometime in late March, after the Roottree Rift. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money. Oh, I did read this. Clancy Edwards Rootree's implementations were not legally sound. I did read this. I read this just a bit ago. Was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family. Ruby is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company. To the trust. Did I look more into the Clancy Trust? As a recap, the entire family earns inheritance directly from the profits of the Candy Company, as well as their sister's clothing company. This means that nearly every Roottrie can potentially have a say in the company's high-level operations. Historically, this has caused the family to be slow to approve any major expeditions or expenditures. Okay. After the release of Six Pieces, the Clancy Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have all been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie. It seems that those who wrote the trust, Clancy at the direction of Elias, purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked, in an attempt to keep Sam and her father, Edward Clancy, in comparative poverty. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Sam's book revealed that this to the public, and it did not go over well. Clark Rafferty LaRue took over the company, and his most celebrated move was his first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. To help facilitate this, the inheritance aspect of the trust is now under the control of a third party. This ensures that the financial motivations of Roottrees family members will not interfere with the investigations into potential new Roottrees. According to Clark's letter, however, some family members are still doing their best to slow the investigation by refusing to answer questions. Okay. I don't think there's anything else on Clancy, right? Yeah, it's just the Clancy Trust again. I hate when the water sound comes in. Is there anything on Elias that I could use? However, to since have an explosion in off-season business. Oh yeah, they have Trump supporters. Check back later. Elias and Gwyneth were never really celebrities. Oh, he's been since Six Pieces. The candy company has placed much less of an emphasis on Elias as a historical brand connected figure. Yikes. Okay, nothing else about the maple farm. So, yeah, the Anderson Maple Farm wouldn't be Elizabeth and Christine's farm. So what is their farm called? What business did they have with the farms? Be here. I just realized I was, like, slouching over. I was trying to, like, read it sideways as if it would change anything. Farm and manufacturing. It doesn't list anything about, like, the farm supplier itself, just the people that worked on the farm. I tried searching up all of their names, but I don't think anything showed. Right? They would be in records. Did I try searching all their names? Oops. I did. Did I try it here, though? Nothing. They all left. Emily Barnes. I feel like I'm getting off track again. I was focusing on Sicily. I still have not much to go off of other than the talking toy fish. She had pictures she did not have the rights to publish. There's a book about Guy Hudson. That I don't know anything about. Yo, hi Cheddar! You came at a terrible time. I'm very lost. I don't know what to do with this info. This is much harder than the first half of the game that I played. There is a recall. Which... Damn, bro, that sucks. Well, yes. Well, yes, it does. It's okay, I'm figuring it out. I'm getting closer, I feel like. Van Gogh. Any Van Gogh searches? What about the biography of Van Gogh? Damn it. The magazine was also issued a cease and desist. And then the collector's item, I found an auction thing, but then like I can't click to magazine. The Big Sass Sea Bass. I feel like this is something to go off of, but I don't know where to go with it. A sardonic and sarcastic wit. The same issue. The issue was removed from stores. And ripe for conspiracy theories about what Roottrees are trying to keep from people. What were the conspiracy theories? What were they? Big Sass Sea Bass apart from its competitor. No, I thought I copied it. Hello? There we go. It's just this again. Appeared on the cover of Pickety magazine in the same issue. The issue was removed. Right. Big Sass Sea Bass. Bass Elbub? What does Elbub mean? What is Bass Elbub? Like a bubble bass? Could this popular gift be filling homes with satanic messages? It's a pun on Beelzebub, I think. Oh, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Cicely Sanchez reveals Roottrees secrets. It says, unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. I feel like the bass... is on the track to figuring out what I need. I just want to get the next 4 people. That's all I want. But I want to know who you are. Collector's item. How do I find collector's items? Is there a way I can find collector's items? Like a website for that? Right for conspiracy theories. The only thing I could think of is the... Oops. The thing down here. And it always mentions conspiracy theorists. As if, like, I'm supposed to know that. Really? What is this? During your initial search, you came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the Roottrees. 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. The visitor counter has reached 7 digits. Many older articles have been replaced. It seems that the recent uprising in Roottree news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of events to base new theories on. Where did I write this? Sky Hudson? No. Free Spirits? Free Spirits. Okay, I'm just gonna highlight that so I remember that. I can't believe that you forgot the very important time cubes. No, not the time cubes. I'd never forget about the time cubes. I just didn't remember how we found that. I knew that it was through Chris Rafferty's stuff, but I just assumed that it didn't matter anymore. But conspiracy theories kept popping up. More than one of his theories involves Roottrie deaths being faked. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. The newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with a post mentioning that he's begun believing the guy's not dead theory. Whoa. In his own words, my eyes have been opened. All of this is beginning to make too much sense. One of his posts details the belief that Ron Roottrie is still in charge. Ooh.
Clap if you care. All right, let's move on. Perfect.
Wow. 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 Yeah, that one is actually a sarcastic one. I don't know if you knew that, but how dare you. Gwen Rootree's death was faked? Oh. I don't know about that. Clark is the only there to throw people off. Apparently this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. Whoa. Gwen faked her death. Another is with the rapper 5-Piece. He can't possibly be a Roottrie. One of his first album songs, when he was performing under the Devil name, actually mentioned that he wanted to have oh, yeah. Not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to Overwood, the author of 6-Piece isn't real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness. Shut up, dude. They're purposefully leaving hints for us. He claims that by using 6-Piece with Lauren Roottree's book as a one-time pad, he has begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher has seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the words people and vastness and is working on figuring out what it means. Wow, good for them. There's also a request at the bottom. Next year, it's a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Rootrees red-handed in Operation RT-29. He specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drunk Spirit Cola, but doesn't go into why. Okay. Is this the... Yeah, this is the one about the cube and stuff. Operation RT-29. Is that Roottrie? Roottrie 29? Yeah, it probably wouldn't be in a magazine. Okay, let's see. Roottrees conspiracy. What about Thomas Overwood? No, it's just this site. Guy's not dead theory. Ooh! The guy's not dead conspiracy. Oh my god, hello? Okay, calm down. Stems from a website that focuses on clues that the Roottrees have supposedly hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers, in print advertisements, in television commercials, in their jingles, etc. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottrees Company. True. And introduced multiple failed products. True. Something needed to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back in the favor of consumers. So they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. Yikes. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered next year, more people than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorized that he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. The people who run the website are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue to all of this that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Piketty. On their page is a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Hudson, and some photos. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. Took fucking long enough. Oh my God, and it went down in the... Oh my God, okay. Whoa. Okay, let's take a look at this, shall we? Okay. This is an interview with Cicely Sanchez, an author. She was hired to write a book about Guy Hudson. You claim to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottrees, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period at the end of 1970s, right? Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, actually. The last night of 1988. Ooh. Did I say 88? 78. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man. Whatever that means. And looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party, and they cornered me to talk about a book. That was the first time anyone recognized me from my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop chop, snip snip. Anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. Ooh. Okay. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to two traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottrees. And second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, but he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Mr. Rogers, really? Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Roottrees was boring as hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Roottrees Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. Okay, I don't know if that's going to be important, but... And remember fancy flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavors. So that's what Guy tried to do too. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. Oh. Wait. The factory in Brazil. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open up the Roottrees Brazil factory. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. Interview continues on next page. He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I had already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it in big, shiny, embossed letters, like all problems in his life throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good, imported steak that likely cost as much as a month's of my mortgage, and we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie something, whoa, into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. I remember her from our trip overseas. She was too good for him. Anyways, he died soon after, and that was the last it ever came up. I remembered her from our trip overseas. What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Madsen? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He didn't invite me to join them when dealing with Roottrees Brazil, but I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met with someone, I'd figured out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together. Ooh. He spent nights with her that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. Madsen got things wrong? Sam mentions Guy's affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them. Like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it. The same thing. What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for your readers. Woman. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand... Okay, Patricia. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage and at the same time could bed any woman that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. This guy's crazy. Okay, I want to know about the Roottrees Brazil factory. Boom. Oh. Oh. Roottrees Brazil, sometimes enormously referred to as Roottrees Brazil, is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute root tree candy. It was developed as part of the Root Tree Everywhere initiative. Okay. Unlike some of the other Root Tree Everywhere results, Roottrees Brazil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which caviar-flavored 5 pieces were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5-piece bag with Portuguese writing. A small town named Alvalagos, near the municipality of São Bernardo do Campo, became the location chosen by the Roottrees Candy Company after a newly elected politician named Edson Suarez heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. Hold on. Ooh. location for a new factory. Edson Suarez. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna highlight that. The factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. The Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly, except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio de Bordeaux, and in 1982, and then hold on, Incendio de Bordeaux. And the second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all the factory workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run by a small company called Nova Corporação de... I'm gonna butcher that. Doces Brazil, which literally translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists. Not much information has ever existed about it, and the Roottrees now run Roottrees Brazil entirely. Okay, we have a lot of terms out of this. São Bernardo do Campo is a real place in Brazil. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston looked up cities in Brazil that had a lot of manufacturing so he could place a fictional factory there. He did not want to offend any Brazilians with the tale he was writing. So the small town name he made up, where the factories was located, was invented by mixing 2 other regions. Whoa. Game lore. There's so much, like, fourth wall breaking in this. Edson Suarez was a Brazilian politician. You find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. It focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. It seems up until 1988, Brazil was run by Brazil was run by the military. And the politics during the time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson Suarez. Edson is a former mayor of Alvalagos, Brazil. Alvalagos? I want to pronounce it correctly, I just don't know how. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. He was put in charge of Alvalagos by the military government in 1973. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distributing plants and other business ventures in the area. This had 2 side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. This did not make him a popular mayor. And what the papers speculate was a move to counteract this unpopularity. His wife, Sonia, Edson Suarez. How do you spell his last name? Suarez? A-S? Or... where was it? Oh, it's right there. There we go. Was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. Actually, let me... Ooh. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on a local television spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until 1988, when he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. After this election loss, he quickly left the town behind. It is not known where he has gone, but the dissertation even speculates he's likely fled to stay alive. There's not seem to be anyone relevant by the name of Sonia Suarez listed anywhere online you can find. However, Spider Search does return a page that lists a news anchor in Brazil named Flavia Suarez, who has a mother named Sonia. Ooh. Flavia Suarez is a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. There's a website about something called fanfiction that is a small section dedicated to him. Oh. It seems that women, and some men, of a wide variety of age and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales there and learn that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. He's dating this supermodel, Flavio. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. There are also other more traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age, his zodiac sign, his favorite food, and his mother's name. Also, it seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. This photo has been added to your evidence. So I have a photo of Flavio. What's this one? This photo is first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez and Piketty. Is that Cicely? This must be Cicely. The issue of Piketty magazine that it came from was pulled from the shelves, but you managed to find it online. Piketty does not label its individual photos. Both photos were instead under the shared label. Cicely was provided these photos by the Roottrees company for use in her book. In the background of the photo, there's a Christmas tree. Thank you for letting me know. So we have Guy, we have whoever that is. Okay. Interesting. We also have this. That's Zach. Wait. That is Zach. We've got two more of him. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez and Piketty. The issue of Piketty magazine that it came from was pulled from the shelves. Piketty does not label its photos. Both photos are instead Cicely was provided. Yeah, so this is another provided thing. So who... Okay. To Natasha, kisses from Brazil. This is a signed photo of him sent to a fan he found online. Okay. This is probably along this confusing ass timeline. Ashley York is a British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing, and jewelry. She has been the subject of some controversy in the past few months, having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of some magazines. She's dating a young Brazilian news anchor, which has brought both of them somewhat into the limelight. Okay. Telerada is a former television station in Brazil. It came into being in 1970 after a vacuum was created due to the removal of a different network at the hands of the Brazilian military dictatorship. Due to a lack of resources online, you don't have much to go on about who ran it and when. Okay, what about... There's probably not going to be much. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine these are anything. What about Ashley York and Teen Blast? Ooh! She appeared on the cover of Teen Blast wearing a fur shawl 3 months ago. This appearance doesn't lead to any useful info, but another more recent appearance in text only mentions she's dating Flavio. In it, a Teen Blast reporter asks how they met. I was in Rio for a carnival and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw and told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. I felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called Oh, God. I'm not even gonna attempt that. Sonia Suarez. It's a massive media group owned and run by a mysterious woman named Sonia Alves. Ooh. It seems Sonia Alves is a common name in Brazil, so she has shortened her name to Nia. According to a history page that's focused on her company and vague on searchable details, Nia receives a significant inheritance in 19... Oh wait, she received a significant inheritance in 1980 and invested it in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown in Brazil. At the same time, she had just begun to learn the ins and outs of running a television network. She continued to work in television until 1988, when Brazil began its period of reform. She felt this was the perfect opportunity to launch her own media company using her investments and connections. Now, her company owns television networks, magazines, newspapers, and advertising firms. After doing some translating, this page about Nia lists her as unmarried. It does not go into any other relationship history. Searching for Nia online, you'll learn that she stays out of the spotlight. She doesn't ever appear at shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. Her company owns television networks, magazines, newspapers, and advertising firms. I want to know about the magazines. Nia Alves. No. Nia Alves. Beam Blast also mentioned Flavio. It's just that? Okay. Curious about this. Roottrees Everywhere was an expansion in the late 1970s. It coincided with some other large changes at the company and had mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in very different and sometimes haphazard ways. There is minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, but you can glean the following. Roottrees candy had been distributed globally to certain markets approved by Elias as early as the 1940s. This included places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe, mostly the UK. Roottrees Everywhere involved Roottrees' expansion to other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Roottrees. For Roottrees, okay. It started with 4 that it had no share in: Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Each of the countries had an entirely new company formed, mostly by making deals with local distributors and manufacturers. Ooh. It's one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy everywhere. According to a history website, Charles Martin, who owned a company with manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Roottrees company after he impressed the American leadership of Roottrees Candy Company at the time. Roottrees Oz did have some success, but only in certain regions. The manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in 1992 after the death of Martin, and Roottrees Oz now serves as an importer and distributor. Wait, let me go back here. And do this. We'll do this at the top. This. And then go back to this. He had a popular brand of licorice called Martin's Licorice Bullets. Most of the history is unrelated to the Roottrees. However, In 1979, he helped to develop Roottrees Oz. He used his own wealth to build a new factory, and they distributed the maple treats through the same methods he had already been using for his previous candy venture. A website about Australian commerce mentions that he had a very unusual business agreement with the main Roottrees company in the US. Much like how the Clancy Trust distributed the profits from the Roottrees company evenly to the Roottrees family, the profits of the Roottrees Oz would be split 50-50 between the American Roottrees company and Martin himself, for him to do with what he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible, especially towards the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s. Roottrees candy gained a poor reputation in Australia and sales suffered immensely. Charles's vast fortune was passed along to his daughter, Robin Martin, who sold both businesses. Oh, Robin Martin, who Guy had an affair with. Ooh! Robin Martin is featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world lists. Okay, she owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband. And there was a widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she would never have children. Oh. Rumor. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving Robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seems to lean into the rumor. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that simply said, "Satisfied partner" on it. Well, yes, and she ate that. Okay. What about this? Business Watch mostly focuses on American business, but the expansion of Roottrees into Australia did create a bit of a blip in 78. It mentions that Charles Martin met with the legal and leadership teams from Roottrees in 77. They came to an agreement and broke ground on a new factory in 78. The Roottrees company's statement was brief and a bit awkward. Roottrees is excited to begin a new adventure down under. We're extremely impressed with Charles Martin and feel like this expansion heralds a new era for the Roottrees that will last for years to come. Roottrees is founded on family, and Charles's family has also impressed us, especially his daughter Robin. We know she'll continue to steer the ship just as Elias Roottrees' family continues to do so here in the USA. Okay. What about China Roottrees? Okay. Is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute blah 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 blah. China began to go through a period of economic reform. This led to new opportunities for American policies. Lang Hongbo, who was said to personally win over the Roottrees family and was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. So instead, they made a deal to import bulk, unpackaged Roottrees candy and label it for not only China, but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters. Let me do China Roottrees. Long Hongbo only had daughters. His brother took control. Oh, it's full. I didn't know the notebook page could get full. Bitch. Okay, wait. What is this called? Free Spirits? Free Spirits 2. Yeah. Put it under it. After Died past. Okay. I don't know if any of that's relevant, but I'm writing it down anyway. Roottrees, France. Let me go back here. Roottrees, France. Yes. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative. Apparently, Roottrees France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process, after the company already began being formed. And then the leadership of Roottrees went through a very large change soon after. The CEO of Roottrees France was meant to be Tristan Robert. Who is that? Oh, who is you? It's a businessman who at one time was in negotiations to take over Roottrees France. He's still alive. You come across an interview unrelated to Roottrees from a few months ago. It seems that other countries have not been immune to Roottrees mania, as you recognize the word Roottrees in one of the questions. It seems the interviewer snuck in a question about his experience with the company at the end of the 70s. The article is in French and takes some time to translate, section by section. He mentions Guy by first name only, and the tale he tells is quite ugly. The translation is as follows. Guy, the president of Roottrees, was one of the worst men I have ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair. Oh my god. Guy, like, needs to be leashed. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting. Oh, is this when he lost a tooth? When Guy lost a tooth. Get wrecked. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the question a bit, and the interviewer never returns to the subject of Roottrees. Dang. Okay. Meow. Robin was from Australia. So there's a chance that she's not here, but if she is anyone, she'd be here. She never had a husband. So for now, I'm gonna put and she's a what is she considered, a CEO? She owns a private island off the coast of Australia. I don't know what she would be considered. But this wouldn't be her picture. That would definitely not be her picture. So it's probably... maybe it's Susan's. Oh my god, it's Susan. Oh my... this whole time it was Susan's. Luckily I have a picture. I have a picture. I have a picture. Oh my god, okay. That's all I wanted. I'm locking it in at that for today. Oof. There's still so much to find. Okay. I found a lot of info though. The last bit. which I'm so happy about. And I have to come off of this. Wait, what's this? Okay, no, I'm not gonna look into anything else. I'm gonna end it here. I've already been streaming for like 5 hours today. And I'm starving. So I'm gonna go make some food. But, another successful day. This game is very much harder. Or this round of it is very much harder than the first half. So, I'm not looking forward to having to find the rest of this family. I feel like it's gonna be even harder than what I've already found. But I try my best, you know? Alright. I'm gonna switch it over here. And I need to, there we go. Well, thanks for tuning in. I'm going to end it off on... Should I? Is anyone live right now that I can raid? Let's see, let's see. No, not that I follow. Alright, well... Probably just end it off for today. Don't you leave yet? I'm starving. I'm not sticking around. I cannot. I've been live for 5 hours. I can't do it. But I will be back possibly tomorrow. We shall see. Because this game lives in my head rent free. I'm not gonna end it. I want it now. All right. I will see you guys in the next one. So have a good day. Bye-bye.